start as they were before. You best start racing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We the revolution. We're the We're the ground beneath your feet. We're the whisper in the tree. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We the revolution. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
It's just another doorway to open up and see what kind of lifeline will be waiting there for me. I need to bury all these fears and let them fade away. I'm not scared, I'm prepared to find myself again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach
Winning. Losing. At Mr. Q Casino, that's just part of the game. Want to always win? Play a vending machine. You win, you love Q. You lose, you hate Q. Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. Play at mrq.com or on the app. UK 18 plus residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of depositing. All winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely.
Sometimes creating an ad campaign can feel like you're talking on mute.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Say that again.
But advertising on Spotify can help your business turn up the volume.
Good evening and welcome everybody. This is Obi-Wan Pez for and Simplex Pachinko. We going to be looking at tonight some of the research from Springer Mathematics Education Research Journal. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the full articles because, of course, I don't. We need to log in via an institution. I don't have an institution. So we did find at least there are a few articles here that we might be interested in, at least poking around at, seeing how looking at the abstracts of the article and discussing a little bit about what all that is supposed to be. So we'll see. I also do not necessarily have the prerequisite knowledge of all of the immense number of things that we could need to look at, or any of the prior studies or anything like that. But we'll see how things go. And if there's anybody there who would like to ask a mathematical question that requires some sort of calculation, we can also do that. So,
hello there.
Oh, thank you, Famished. I thought that was my account coming in very late. Not in the past 15 minutes. Okay. So looking at the first one, investigating the stages of simplification and mathematization in mathematical modeling processes of middle school students through Fermi problems. Asterisk. Okay. Shumira, Pekgoz, and Zeynep Shakmak, Gurel. This study aims to investigate the stages of simplification and mathematization in mathematical modeling processes of 6th and 7th graders through Fermi problems designed from close to distant perspectives. The research is qualitatively designed and is in the form of a case study. Sample consists of 37 students, 26 in 7th grades and 11 in 6th grade. Groups of 3 to 5 students were formed based on class size according to the students' preferences. We can also discuss how this aligns or doesn't with some of the Peter Liljedahl stuff. Resulting in a total of 9 different groups. Study was completed over 12 weeks, which is 24 class hours, through group work and solution presentations. Data were collected through worksheets and group presentation videos belonging to student groups. In the analysis of the data, the steps of mathematical modeling cycle, specifically simplification and mathematization, were considered. Variables, models, and strategies that emerged in these steps were analyzed using content analysis. According to the results, it was determined that the context used in the problems designed from close to distant perspectives influence students' strategies. In the simplification stage, 6th grade students predominantly relied on external sources, whereas 7th grade students showed a greater tendency to use digital tools and draw upon prior knowledge and experiences. In mathematization stage, as problem contexts moved further from students' immediate surroundings, strategies such as concentration measurement, reduction proportion usage, and reference points became more prominent, with 7th grade students exhibiting a stronger reliance on these approaches. Okay. So, Fermi problems. Let's actually pull this up on a different window. These are estimation problems. I thought this was what it was, but I just wanted to double check. Provided that they're following kind of the same formula. Fermi problems generally are estimation problems in which you're kind of looking at orders of magnitude and determining at a very rough estimate what a reasonable answer should be. So if we were to, let's see, I'm going to move the Excalibur much closer here. If we were to yes. If we were to do a Fermi problem, or at least something like it, it might be something like how many doors are there in your town? So this would be a impossible thing to actually figure out to 100% accuracy. So you're generally speaking going to come up with a reasonable estimation of how many doors, for instance, right? Most of this is really about how you're thinking. This could also be used as a rich thinking task. So something that Peter Liljedahl was talking about. I also heard another one that was kind of wild. Are there more doors or tires in this town? So, again, some sort of estimation you'd be able to come up with, again, a reasonable estimation. This is going to be a rich thinking task, mostly because, again, this is about the way you think rather than about getting the actual answer. Because, again, you're not going to get an actual answer for this. It's just ridiculous. So, the other thing that they were talking about in here is that, you know what? I'm going to come back to that. How many doors are there in your town? So, upon first pass, you might, for instance, think, all right, how many doors will the average building have? And then how many buildings are there? Okay, and if we end up with an actual answer to these two questions, or if students come up with actual answers to these two questions, then they're going to have to refine their estimation, almost certainly, because then, you know, the next question is what counts as a door?
Amazon Black Friday week deals up to 40% off. Get the perfect gift for your father-in-law. Deal hunter. If only he knew about the deal you got on his gift.
And if students now think, oh, you know, what does count as a door? We might have to think about, you know, sure, buildings,
Oh, it's a Black Friday week hug. It's a deal
but what about cars?
to 40% off this Amazon Black Friday week. Ends 1st of December.
What about, like,
Sorry, what?
the, like, rolling back gate on a truck? Does that count as a door? Or does it only count if it, like, swings open?
You don't need a secret code to get better deals on credit. You just need a little help from Experian to improve your credit score. Download the Experian app and check your credit score and report for free today.
Right? And then if the rolling back door on a truck doesn't count, does a garage door count if it goes up like that as well? Because they're rolling garage doors. What about dollhouses? Do those count? And then if we do count them, how would you estimate, you know, a reasonable number? So we have the right, the initial guess, and then we have this refinement and negotiation with other group members, with the rest of the class. You know, what does it, not only just what counts as a door, but like which doors, if it's obviously a door, which ones actually count? Do cupboard doors count? Oops. Do doorways count if it doesn't actually have a thing that you open or close? What if it's a door that's sealed? Like it's not that it's like locked. Obviously a locked door still counts as a door. What about one that's actually been physically sealed shut? Or one that's been bricked over? Right, so we have to refine and negotiate what might work. We also need like sources of error. Not just that, but you know. Alright, so those are Fermi problems. That's an example of a Fermi problem. So yeah. This one was talked about by Peter Liljedahl in the Building Thinking Classrooms. We do know that according to the research that he's done, and this is of course in Canada, whereas this is, I don't know where actually, but yeah, it doesn't say. Hey Les. How to answer the question Jane Street might ask. So, I mean, sort of. This is the Fermi problems. So, for instance, how many doors are in your town, or are there more doors or tires? And, like, what sorts of things you want to go through, like, again, how you think is really the important question here, and how do you refine how a student might think. Obtuse Baboon Babu. Good evening and welcome. Permutation? Not exactly. So it's a Fermi problem, which is basically like, let's just estimate something ridiculous that we're never actually going to get a real answer on. So what kinds of approximations, what kinds of errors, what kinds of ideas can you come up with that will allow students to better be able to think about problems just generally. So we have just finished up a series in the last couple of weeks on Building Thinking Classrooms by Peter Liljedahl, and I went over each of the individual chapters, and we talked about, we're trying to talk right now about the MERJ, Mathematics Educational Research Journal, and this particular article on simplification and mathematization in mathematical modeling processes. So, these two teachers slash researchers designed this particular study. Again, 37 students, 6th and 7th graders, and we were discussing the potential efficacy of, for instance, groups in accordance with students' preferences. So in Chapter 2, Peter Liljedahl discussed the practice of creating collaborative groups in classrooms whose main goal is to increase the amount and the sustained effect, I suppose, of student thinking and collaboration. So he was able to come up with a number of categories and discuss, like, how is it that we might be able to maximize students' abilities to think in groups and sustain that thinking throughout an entire period with minimization of distractions, so looking at their phones or whatever. I mean, also distractions, talking with their friends about non-mathematical type stuff. And in his, in the classes that he researched and observed, he did a 15-year study with over 400 teachers, and the optimal practice that he found was that you should create visibly random groups of 3. This says groups of 3 to 5 students that they did in their study. So Somewhat. So, basically, the idea is that you start with a, well, you start with, like, essentially 2 full weeks of, and this is, again, Lily Adall stuff. You start with about 2 full weeks of just doing rich tasks. So, this stuff. How many doors are there in your entire town? Go. Right? There is no correct, there is a correct answer, but you're not going to figure it out. Not in class. Not without doing a literal census of walking around your town and counting every single door. It's just not possible. But, again, this is not really about the answer so much as curbing the way in which students think about the problem itself and approach it. And Laz was saying here that, isn't this sort of stuff that like Jane Street or Google famously might ask at a job interview? And yeah, essentially, they'll ask all sorts of impossible questions that they just want to know how you approach things, how you think about things. Are you interested in taking into account weird variables, or if somebody throws a question at you, like the refinement that I said, what do you define as a door? Does that include doorways that don't have a physical object to move? Does that include the slidey ones at the supermarket? Does that include doll houses? Does that include, and you can just keep going from here, right? The rolly doors on the back of a truck. So, they want to know if you've taken into account all of these weird things in order to see how you laterally approach a problem. So it's not just a direct approach of, here's how I'm going to find the answer. So why visibly random groups of 3? So they said that if they were so if they're random but not controlled by the students, so the teacher like randomized a list and then printed it out, and then came to class with that list, even though it is random, the students will not believe. So they will not believe that it's random. Right? And if you assign groups, the students will either fall into social roles or suspect the teacher of intentional pairings. So, I'm going to put the kid at the very top of the class with the kid at the very bottom of the class, and then we'll see how they get on, right? See if this one can lift the other one up. That's how students are going to immediately think that the groups were assigned. Again, even if they are random, but it wasn't visibly random. And why 3? Right, if you have groups that are larger than 3, they tend to fracture. With 2 to 3 each. So like 2 of the students will just spend more time together than the others, and these other 3 will spend more time together than with the others. If it is like 4, then they tend to split into pairs and work on it in parallel with each other. But that's not really why we put them in groups in the first place. Smaller than 3, so, 2. The group typically lacks diversity, specifically diversity of thought. And typically, like, 2 people can just end up getting into kind of a groove, the bad kind of groove, where they're just always kind of echoing each other's ideas and not really coming up with something different or new. When you add the third person, that's when the group now has sufficient diversity of thought to bounce around different ideas between them. Tends to. Sometimes they don't either. And larger groups, because they tend to fracture into smaller groups, they lack cohesion. There's another word he used. Redundancy? No. That is the word he's using. But for a group to be generative, it needs to have both redundancy and diversity. Davis and Summit 2000 or Simpt 2003. Redundancy, making sure that people have things in common. Right. So Liliadel says that really the self-selected groups tend not to be as productive because they have too much redundancy, meaning that their group ends up having a lot of people who have the same kind of ideas, the same sorts of backgrounds, language, interests, experience, knowledge. Yeah, it's good enough. So groups larger than 3 tend to fracture into smaller groups, and there's too much redundancy within the group, so people have too much in common, and or there will be people who like feel superfluous, who feel like their contribution is not going to be heard, so they might as well just sit down and give themselves a breather. And again, the smaller groups lack diversity because they only have 2 people in them, and they lack redundancy typically because they don't necessarily have common experiences. They won't have a common mathematical language that they can approach easily. Okay. So let's see what else we have here. Group work and solution presentations. Data were collected through worksheets and group presentation videos belonging to student groups. So they're obviously I don't have the full article, and this would be helpful to know what kinds of worksheets they had. This is also important. The data that this group was using is confidential, so like I would not be able to post that, at least anything that had identifying information. That would be a massive FERPA violation, even if I'm not even if I'm not directly involved. Group presentation videos. So yeah, the videos that they released at the end of the semester, they discuss what their project is and how they approached it, that sort of thing. All right, in the analysis of data, the steps of mathematical modeling cycle, specifically simplification and mathematization. So let me quickly yeah. This is all all right, there we go. Mathematization proposed by Freudenthal, 1973, for planning the curriculum under reinvention principle, has been internationally known. ResearchGate. Let's try that. Might throw me into a paywall. Before his proposal, mathematization was already a principle of Japanese secondary national textbooks in the middle of World War II and has been reworded by several terminologies for re-identifying mathematical activities on the aims of mathematics education. Under Isoda 2012-2015, this article clarifies the meaning of mathematization on the context of curriculum design, also illustrating some significance of mathematization in the representation theory for designing mathematics curriculum from the school up to university level with exemplars of fundamental theorem of calculus. Oh, it's a full article. No. Is it a full article? It is. Maybe I should be going to ResearchGate. Okay. Oops. Nope, don't do that. Oh, yeah. Author. Isoda. Okay, so why we teach mathematics. Mathematization is an activity for teaching mathematics against the New Math movement. Define mathematization by the reorganization of mathematical experiences by mathematical means. Instead of exploring why we teach mathematics, he objectified the activity of mathematization because he believed that the nature of mathematics could be taught through activity. Who would do such a thing? Alright, the aims of mathematics education are clearly written in the curriculum standards of every country. Figure 1 is the curriculum framework for ASEAN. Countries proposed from Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization, RECSAM, 2017. That doesn't necessarily mean that this was from 2017. No, looks reasonable. This is Common Core Regional Standards for Mathematics. Yeah, okay. In this context, mathematics education is a subject in school to cultivate human characters with the components of values, attitudes, and habits of the mind, always thinking and learning as well as part of necessary knowledge in life. Tea does wonders on sinuses? Yeah. Anything in it? I typically either have black or red tea, just straight. Ideas in Figure 1 were also seen in the Japanese course of study, 1956. In relation to developing mathematical thinking, for the achievement of the three aims of mathematics education in Figure 1, mathematization is necessary because the activities can only be taught through activities. Thinking skills are usually learned through reflections of the learning process, and values are usually learned through the experience of appreciation. Authentic activities provide the opportunities to learn those matters. For explaining the authentic activities, the terminology mathematization is chosen to elaborate the principle for curriculum design. Hot sauce. Yes. Hot honey, man. Go for it. Do the hot honey. Mathematization has been used as the theoretical basis for curriculum design. Freudenthal perspective of mathematics was used by Piaget for his epistemology beyond contradiction and logical mathematical abstraction to establish new operations to operate existed operations. I has a confuse. Later on, the Piagetian perspective of epistemology recontextualized an exemplar of constructivism by Grazersfield, and he defined the activity with viability. Viability in mathematics can be interpreted as developing the general and strong theories which are applicable. In Japan, the course of study in 1947, activities are explained by the reorganization of principles on the context of John Dewey, who was also referred to as a constructivist. In 1968, the principles of mathematics curriculum was explained by the terminology of extension and integration. Before Freudenthal, process of mathematization was explained with the terminology of embodiment, abstraction of objects, and logical systematization in the Japanese teacher education book by Nabeshima and Tokita, 1957, under the philosophy of Mutai, 1947. Okay. So connecting with what we learned with Liliadol, right, the conversion of something abstract to something concrete, or in this case, I think, something embodied, is the other word that we discovered in here, reification.
That's just part of the game. Want to always win? Play a vending machine. You win, you love
So
you.
similar terminology, not quite exactly the same, but
Casino you love to hate, and you'll love 100 free spins on PIKAS.
yeah. We had a
Gate 18 plus residents only. Minimum 10.
I have a pizza place in town that was doing the hot honey thing. So it was like
Sometimes creating an ad campaign can feel like you're
marinated chicken,
Sorry, can't hear you. Say that again.
and then they put hot honey on. They have red chilies just like spread all over. And there was something else too, I think. But it is a delicious thing. I believe that pizza is actually discontinued. I'm maybe slightly disappointed, but there might be another one that's very similar to it. Under these reviews of Freudenthal and a number of supportive articles, including the articles of Van Hiele and Isoda, 1984, 2012, 2015, summarize Freudenthal's mathematization as follows. Mathematization is the reorganization of experiences by using mathematical methods. The process of mathematization is described with levels. One is object. Experiences are condensed through the activity of lower mathematical methods. 2, mathematization. Methods of lower level become the object of upper level. Mathematical models and experiences of lower level are reorganized. And 3, results of mathematization. Experiences of upper levels are condensed through the activities in that level. All right, levels of activity for living by Freudenthal and levels of thinking by Van Hiele. Both of them referred levels to explain discontinuity of the learning process. Levels of activities are described by the content of activity in relation to the organizing principle. Levels of thinking are described as the difference of systems and languages with exemplar of Van Hiele levels in geometry. Both have the following features. Every level has its own method. Levels of activity describe different mathematical intuitions, and levels of thinking describe different languages. Discontinuity, the difference of levels emerged as the contradiction or difficulty of translations without appropriate terms for explanations. And then duality, the relationship between levels is the methods used for the lower level to become the object of the upper level. At the Freudenthal Institute, his followers adapted his mathematization for designing curriculum in textbooks as a basic theory for designing curriculum. However, they established their theory without levels. Gravemeyer and Tervel, 2000. Freudenthal, 1991, did not agree to his followers' extended terminologies. He re-enhanced and introduced his terminology of levels for mathematization by re-paraphrasing levels as the world of living. See below figure 3. Different world of living and appreciation in mathematization. Okay, the old world, no, the world for living, old theory, alpha beta, the object of mathematization, the transference to the new is the mathematization, and world for living new theory, beta prime and new, result mathematization. The parts of alpha and beta are old theory, and through mathematization, the part of beta will be reorganized into beta prime. Correspondence appears translatable between beta and beta prime. However, there are inconsistencies and need reorganization even though the same terms are used. Parts of beta prime and, oh, that's supposed to be gamma, are the new theory. That's definitely a new in the picture. But we'll let that slide. Right, the part of gamma illustrates the new theory to be appreciated, which has never existed before. Even though new theories are established, the old theory is still applicable depending on the context. Every level, so I think alpha is still valid. Beta was the thing that we are getting the students to recontextualize as beta prime because they have a misconception on how it works. And then gamma is the gamma is going to be the consequence, the result of mathematization, or part of the result of mathematization. Like he says, to be appreciated and has not existed before. So, what has happened? Students' experience has been widened. Now we're able to see larger vistas, even if they don't understand it yet, right? The application of the problem, or the application of this particular concept. Okay. Part of alpha still is meaningful after mathematization because such a part cannot be explained by the new theory. So yeah, the alpha is the untouched portion of the student's framework or model of the universe, basically. Yay, set theory. The paradigm of the curriculum design given by Freudenthal is the discontinuity of learning process, which explains the necessity of reorganization through mathematization. In this paradigm, school mathematics cannot be learned as in the new math, which try to construct school mathematics based on the sets and axioms. Figure 3 illustrates the difference of levels as the difference of theories to show this discontinuity. However, it does not illustrate the process of mathematization itself. Terminology of mathematization explains the sequence of teaching, the content, and its discontinuity, but does not clarify the necessary activities in the process of mathematization. Due to this demand and limitation, Isoda revitalized Freudenthal's original framework for designing curriculum by establishment of levels for mathematization and explained the mathematization as the reorganizing process of the world of mathematical representations. Right, representation theory. Isoda, 1991. Every representation is defined by symbols and operations. changes of representation is referred to as translation. Okay, fair. If the using of symbols is consistent, this is called procedural translation. If the using of symbols changes, it's called conceptual translation. All right, fair enough. Izara Kirby, good evening and welcome. Right now we're currently working through a ResearchGate article which was linked, well, this one was not linked, but a term popped up, and we wanted to make sure that we understood what it was. So we are talking about mathematization. Mathematization. And the other word that we probably should understand is simplification, within the very narrow context of math education, and how to get students to understand a particular topic. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I understand the concept of simplification, but at the same time, you know, not 100% sure that I know particularly what nuance they are going for. So we'll see how it goes. How's it going with you? And do you have any questions? Not just about this. Okay, every representation has meaning. Interpretable sequence of representations produce further context. Goo for the ultimate. Good evening and welcome. World of representations are established by a set of representation systems with some specific context. Isoda adopted these terminologies for analyzing mathematical activity for mathematization, such as analyzing the process of problem solving. Lesson studies on number of partitions, 1987. Mathematical modeling of crank mechanism with Matsuzaki, 2003. And the history of algebraic geometry, including Pascal's critique to Descartes based on Euclidean elements. You look at airplane engines, though. Nice. Reconstruction process of world of representations was deduced, which described the necessary activities for mathematization, even though it does not describe the cognitive meaning of the real thinking process. All models are wrong, some models are useful. In the case of crank mechanism, shown in figure 4, new symbol for representation is introduced on existing representation world on crank mechanism 1 as a part of the existed world. At this moment, there's no operation for the new symbol, kind of mechanical structure called crank mechanism, just a conceptual translation from manipulative mechanisms. So that's the rule for translation. Okay. For example, ooh. I am interested in interesting facts. Reasoning with the non-mathematical or old structure. Reasoning with the mathematical representation without the old structure. Reasoning with mathematical structure and mechanical structure. Okay. I did just see the Veritasium video on this. Various representation system of R object method is also hidden. ROM is focused in group 2. Similar systems within the tail. New representation O prime is found as new object is beyond the old theory. So here 1 prime. The understanding of how this crank mechanism is working. This crank mechanism is working. Centripetal force generated caused a turning force. Reconstruction of the old theory. ROM. Oh, right. Object method. Check the validity of the new theory. Inquiry new method M prime for formation of O prime, and then repeat as necessary until we can construct the new representation of R prime object method. Interesting. Okay. Right. More about the crank mechanism, etc., etc. Hey Zach, how's it going? Good evening and welcome. Anybody who doesn't know Zach from E to the 2i pi, one of our mathematical friends who has his own channel here and does mathematics education as well as some programming projects to try and get a game show running. So I ducked out after a while on Friday. So sorry a little. How'd the rest of the night go? Ads are also about to start in about 2 minutes, so we'll duck out. I encourage everybody to, when we do this, get up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you need to do. Run around the house. And yeah, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. In figure 4, there are 2 Naumann L shapes, which are separated parts of the whole shape, square shape. Top Naumann corresponds to the activity of the lower level process of mathematization, and bottom Naumann corresponds to the activity of the next level. Motion of the crank mechanism was analyzed geometrically at the lower level through mathematization. The geometrical representation of crank mechanism, which was the method of lower level, becomes the object for the graphs of trigonometric function. Right, so the student is trying to figure out how all of this stuff is actually working and ends up being able to explain things in terms of mathematical objects. So it's a more complete idea than what they had before. So they were thinking that this is the particular system that exists, and then they find out that no, that's not actually true. This is how it works over here. Okay, for curriculum design reconstruction process, the world of representation provides the task sequence which must be treated in class. First, how can we introduce new symbols under the existed representation? Students should acquire the translation rules. Secondly, how can we explore the new operations to produce the symbols without translation? Students need to translate for producing symbols for specific representation in the existing world. And third, since the operations for symbols are established, how can we shift to construction, the alternative representation, without referring to the existed representation, involving specific representations in the existed world as a part. Students should be able to reason with the new symbols and operations. Okay. Okay. We'll be right back. 3 minutes. And thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. Play at mrq.com or on the app. UK 18 plus residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of depositing. All winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely.
Sometimes creating an ad campaign can feel like you're talking on mute.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Say that again?
But advertising on Spotify can help your business turn up the volume. With our easy-to-use ads manager, you can create new audio ads from scratch or repurpose existing video assets. Then we'll deliver your ad to an engaged audience that is ready to hear and see your message. It's that simple. Learn how Spotify can add more to your mix at ads.spotify.com.
It's a tug of war, battling to keep my sanity. Say no more, say no more. I love you, but I can't keep killing me. I look at myself
The centripetal forces actually help with the ailerons. So is that... Here's being separated from the tail. Aileron adjusts flaps, which maintains lift. I'm trying to see it. My dad's a pilot, so I've studied at the very least basics of flight. Ooh, interesting. Also, do the engines spin the same way for the entire aircraft? Or do they spin inward or outward? Or is it all one way? I've been on the ground in front of the plane while they were like, you know, running at, 50 RPM or something like that. So I should at least be able to remember this sort of thing. Anyway. Alright, so let's do that last paragraph again. So first, how can we introduce new symbols under existed representation, the lower level? Students should acquire the translation rule. Secondly, how can we explore new operations to produce the symbols without translation? To do so, students need to translate for producing the symbols from the specific representation in the existing world. So they need to start with what they understand. I mean, like, I would say that they need to start with what they understand. They need to discover that there's something missing and come up with a framework in which to use, or in which they need a thing to, like, fill in the blank. Right? So then we give them a symbol. They recognize a pattern. We give them a symbol for that particular pattern. So students at elementary level are just adding and adding and adding and adding and adding, and they're saying like, oh, I want to be able to add something a certain number of times without having to write it out like this. Oh, well, we've got this cool thing called multiplication. And Zach, if you have any commentary on any of this, please feel free to chime in, because you are better read than I am. Thirdly, once operations for symbols are established, how can we shift to constructing the alternative explanation representation world without referring the existing representation world, but involving the specific representations in the existing world as a part? Students should be able to reason with new symbols and operations. Levels for function up to calculus, 1984-1995. Until the new math, there were various discussions on geometry and function calculus to better construct curriculum sequence likely from arithmetic to algebra. All right. It was the reason why Van Hille established their geometry curriculum for his school by the levels for geometry until 1958. Ministry of Education Japan also established similar curriculum sequence for geometry up to proof in 1958. Before Van Hille, Japanese such as Maeda also tried to establish similar sequence under the analysis of language and geometry. Function up to calculus under Klein movement. Major issue was to integrate different subjects on mathematics into one integrated mathematics up to calculus. Hamley, 1934, proposed the sequence with time and other quantity without connection to geometry such as kinematics, which enhanced by the Klein movement to integrate algebra and geometry as for preparation of calculus. Due to Van Hille already established Van Hille levels for geometry, Isoda established levels of function up to calculus by using the general framework for levels of Hofer-Isoda's work and justifying it by the evidences on history and students' development. Genetic epistemology. The following is a comparative description of the Van Hille levels for geometry and the levels of function up to calculus under the four conditions of levels A through D. Levels of function up to calculus is an extension of Van Hille levels on geometry to other area, which based on basic difference of the structure of language which are used in every area of school mathematics curriculum. Do you understand Van Hille levels? Because, I mean, like, I've been reading about it, but... Discontinuity and duality of levels and geometry and functions, Isoda 1996. To some extent, yeah. It's fair. Okay, so levels of geometry at level 1. Students explore matter, object, using shapes method. Okay. Example. Because it has rounded corners, the road sign is not a triangle. Yeah, okay. According to the meanings of level 2, but we still call the shape a triangle in daily language. That's also fair. Students explored the figures using the properties. The object on level 2 was the method on level 1. Example, a square is rectangular on level 3, but not on level 2. Access align shapes. Okay, yep. Level 3, students explore the properties of figures using implication. Example, isosceles triangle has congruent angles. On level 3, it is induced already, and we do not have to explain it more. Okay. On level 4, we then prove it. Fair. Students explore the proposition, which is formed by implication using proof. Level 3 is about the properties in a deductive context. Okay, levels of function. Students explore phenomena, object, using unsophisticated relations or variations, method. In Japanese, we use 2 by 3 by to mean 2 times 3 times on level 2, but in everyday Japanese, level 1, we can use ba 1 to mean either double or plus. A child on level 1 says by plus plus to mean 3 times the original amount, but by double usually means 4 times. Yeah, right. On level 2, students use 2 by 3 by to explain proportion as a covariance, and they say 3 times as 3 by and do not say bye. Having English context, that's amusing. Students explore relations using rules on level 2. The object on level 2 was the method on level 1. The constant function is a function on level 3, but constant is not the relation which was discussed as covariation level 2. I think I'm on level 2, so of this particular subject. Students explore rules using notations of functions. On level 3, a tangent line of quadrilateral function deduces using the property of only one common point multiple root. On level 4, the tangent line does not always have this property. Students explore functions using derived or primitive function. There are at least 3 significances to the levels for curriculum design. Firstly, explains the inappropriateness of the curriculum sequence for mathematization. Secondly, students' difficulty will be explained based on difference of levels. For example, proportion in Japan has been treated in grade 5 and 4 for relationship of quantities on level 2 and redefined as a function with equation at grade 7 on level 3. On some tasks, proportion for level 2, grade 7, 8, students' achievements are lower than grade 6 students. It is the evidence that students meet the problematic when they study upper level content. They have to reorganize their knowledge under level 2 to level 3. Proportion on level 4 is the proportion for differential equations, which is difficult to understand on the known proportion on level 2 and 3 because there are different usages of the constant in velocity and acceleration. Thirdly, if we already knew such difficulties, we can plan the curriculum for reorganizing and integrating every related content of teaching beyond the difference of levels. For example, if we explain fundamental theorem of calculus as for organizing principle, for every level, sample activities can be resumed on this table. Level 1, daily language. On the car, the acceleration on the speedometer is felt as the pressure on the back of our seat. Fill the water into the bottle. Level 2, relations among quantities, changes of slopes on the line graph. So speed times area on the graph is equal to the distance. Algebra and geometry, the rate of changes of various functions such as linear functions, quadratic functions, and so on. Level 4, calculus, using the fundamental theorem of calculus. Okay. The activities in Table 2 are known, however, it is not claimed for teaching content in mathematics. At high school, fundamental theorem is usually explained on the form of level 4 and not clearly mention the relationship with the other levels. That's true. Right, one of the reasons that it's important for all teachers to activate prior knowledge, start talking about stuff that you might connect on a daily basis. Make sure that sweep from the bottom, right? Make sure that everybody understands it at the lowest level and then start working your way up, ramping it until it gets to level 4. Activities on Table 2 are known, however, is not claimed for teaching content in mathematics. At high school, fundamental theorem is usually explained. Right, we already. Under the mathematization principle, those activities are necessary teaching content of mathematics. All right, mathematization for fundamental theorem. based on the analysis content, fundamental theorem of calculus, levels of function and theory of representations. Isoda and Seki, 2008, developed a supplementary program for low achievers of high school students. These students already learned the calculus on the polynomial function, but only achieved basic operation of simple differentiation and integration without understanding it as an inverse operation. With this supplemental program, figure 5, they were able to treat the inverse relationship between differentiation and integration through mathematization of their experiences designed from the program. Nice, nice. Okay. So here we're using the sonar detectors that attach to, looks like a TI, but could be any calculator. I mean, that's probably sacrilege over there. They'd want to be using Casio. But we used to do this in physics class. We were connecting the sonar detectors and then like walking forward and backward to try and get speed and acceleration graphs. So yeah, that's something similar to what we were doing. And our physics class was the AP, so it was connected to the calculus class that we were all taking too. Even if it wasn't very explicit, it was still, you know, making sure that we all understood the connections, even if it wasn't on the exam. Various representation systems, which include translations. New representation with symbol and translation operation unknown. Experience of operation, construction, right? Changes of the change, right? So we end up getting these graphs. End up with differential equations. And then we get the family of functions here, which could, any of which could potentially be the integral of our original derivative function. Maybe that's not exactly the one that they're using, but same deal. Okay. Nice. So, mathematization, basically trying to turn, I mean, this is kind of the same as reification in the specific context of using mathematical symbols and logic. Variables, models, and strategies that emerged in these steps were analyzed using content analysis. According to results, it was determined that the context used in problems designed from close to distant perspectives influenced students' strategies. Okay, so close to distant perspectives are going to be things that they have familiar context with versus those things that they probably don't. So how many doors do you have in town is going to be a fairly close perspective, I would assume. Whereas something like how many miles do all cars in the state drive per day, right, might be a little bit more of a distant perspective for students who don't drive, just as an example. Getting tired, might take a nap? I mean, stay you healthy, sir. Ah, damn. Forgot to start taking my allergy meds. We're going to a Thanksgiving party on Thursday, and the lady has, I think, one cat, but lots of hair everywhere. So it's going to be a time for me to get some serious reaction. We'll see how it goes. Excited? Nice. I mean, yeah, same, but different. Okay. In simplification, 6th grade students predominantly relied on external sources. So, okay. Okay. Simplification of the problem. So let's think about, and this is the stuff that I said over here, right? Take an initial guess. Let's simplify the problem. How many doors will the average building have, and then how many buildings are there, is a simplification of this particular problem. And then realizing that, oh, we also have cars and all this other stuff. Okay, cool. How can we make this easier? That's, okay, that makes sense. Right, so how many cars do we have? Okay, they probably have 4 doors. Oh, does the hood count as a door? Does the trunk count as a door? Right, and then once you've got that right, how do you make this whole process easier? How do we simplify the problem to make sure that it's not incredibly difficult? Okay, that makes sense. Predominantly relied on external sources, so they're not in the context of the one that I did, but rather, well, okay, that might work. They would have to then look up using a search engine, right? How many registered cars are there in this town? How many commuters do we have on a daily basis? So it might very well be they may very well end up looking up stuff with the Department of Motor Vehicles. There's all sorts of stuff that could happen. Alright, whereas 7th grade students showed a greater tendency to use digital tools and draw upon prior knowledges and experience. So they're going to say, like, okay, just because we're a bit older, we understand things a little bit easier. Right? We have this knowledge of particular real-world experiences. So we can use this, can leverage greater tendency to use digital tools. So I'd imagine that does... I'm not sure where external sources stops and digital tools start. So that may very well be that they were also using search engines, or maybe the external sources were not. Maybe the external sources were like using their parents to try and get them to help them. But I don't have the context on that. In mathematization stage, as problem contexts moved further from students' immediate surroundings, strategies such as concentration measurement, reduction proportion usage, and reference points became more prominent. Okay, so reference points. these sound familiar, but I don't actually know what they are. So, let's see. Concentration measurement. That is some very interesting autocompletes. I typed concentration measurement in, and the suggested ones are measurement of the concentration of urine, measurement of concentration of gas, mineral, solute. What is the concentration unit of measurement? Concentration measurement in math education. No. In mathematics, concentration of measure is a principle as applied in measure theory. That seems reasonable. Princeton University. Oh, cool. Informally, it states that Lipschitz functions that depend on many parameters are almost constant. Okay. We should start with isoparametric problems and introducing a bunch of names. Then we would state and prove a bunch more names. Jeez. Come on, guys. Look, I know you go to Princeton, but, like, make this easier. This looks like we're approximating Lipschitz constant to be, again, a representation of the slope of a particular function. So it's just saying that it appears to be very approximately constant. Or at the very least, within a certain area, there's, like, it's asymptotic or something. Concentration measurement. It's good to find lower bounds. Let us have a metric space with a Borel measure. If a particular function is Lipschitz with constant L, there exists some M such that the difference between the function value and M is going to be greater than some epsilon, small amount. And the Borel measure of that particular value is going to be less than twice. Oi. Oh, you jerks. 1 minus phi sub 1/2 of epsilon over L. Alright, man. Isoparametric problem for Gaussian measure. If phi of x is the Gauss function, capital Phi of x is the integral from negative infinity to x, wherever that is. That's our bell curve Gaussian measure counted up to a certain point, from negative infinity up to x. Psi is a 0 to 1 block, which translates to 0 to 1 over square root 2 pi, which is the constant in front of the Gaussian. Psi of t as a function is going to be phi of phi integral inverse of t. Jeez. I hate it. Alright, I'm going to need this explained a bit easier. Concentration of measure techniques and applications. A random variable that depends in a smooth way on a large number of independent random variables is essentially constant. Okay. A random variable will concentrate around its median or expectation. In this work, we explore several theories and applications of concentration of measure. Results of the thesis are divided into 3 main parts. Okay, so this is not necessarily true, but I would imagine that this means that the students could say that we are going to approximate the number of doors, for example, on cars, because we know that there are 2-door and 4-door cars. If we are counting the trunk but not counting the hood, then generally speaking, cars will have anywhere from 3 to 6 doors, just for example. Right, your standard car. It's going to be anywhere from 3 to 6. Most likely ending up with an average of 4 or 5. Now, I am just kind of making that up, but that's kind of the point. Reduction proportion usage. So I think that's also a similar kind of thing where we're saying, like, we're not going to think about we're going to think initially about all of the various possibilities and then start reducing it and saying, like, okay, we're only going to start looking at certain kinds of, again, what's the average, and then proportion being our, like I said before, like the average number of doors versus the number of buildings, and the average number of doors on a car versus the number of cars. Reference points. in my example, students would be able to represent individual cars, individual houses, individual office buildings as like their understanding. I understand, or I've seen a building that's like this, and it becomes kind of a it almost becomes representative of its type. All right, so I think that that's probably what we're talking about. 7th graders exhibiting a stronger reliance on these approaches. So that makes sense to me, that they have more experience, they have more mental connection with these things, so they're going to be able to estimate, again, numbers of doors or whatever else, whatever other Fermi problems they were working on. Okay. That's pretty cool. Second one, teachers' knowledge of adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction. The design of inclusive mathematics, sorry, this is Daniel Frischemeier, Lena Kortüm, Markus Nührenbörger, Annika Raßbach, Franz Wember, Laura Korten, and Christoph Selter. Design of inclusive mathematics instruction challenges teachers to adapt learning opportunities and activities to the individual learning requirements of students. The knowledge about tasks, as well as the adaptation of tasks that are sensitive to individual differences, is of high practical relevance. However, there is a lack of empirical evidence on what knowledge teachers have in the context of adapting tasks, and how teachers can be supported professionally to further develop appropriate knowledge in the context of professional development. These questions are being investigated in the project Designing Collaborative Learning Environments, DCLE, which is based on a blended learning in-service teacher training series for the planning and implementation of inclusive mathematics instruction. The study employs qualitative content analysis of pre- and post-vignettes from teachers on adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction, demonstrating that a blended learning format, combining face-to-face and e-learning, effectively supports teachers' knowledge development in task adaptation. Finally, the study contributes to the theoretical operationalization of knowledge about adapting tasks in inclusive mathematics instruction. Okay. So, do we get the whole article? Oh, we do. Awesome. Expansion of and transition to inclusion has meant that individual interests, learning opportunities, attitudes, and cultural backgrounds of learners have become increasingly important when designing lessons. Absolutely. So, students who have been in the American system since, pre-K, are very different learners than those who come to us from many of the different countries around the world. So we have to understand as much as we can, and or plan to be able to include those students who do not have the background. Sorry, I'm looking at archive, which doesn't really have a connection to mathematical education. Oh, I don't like that. Tonight is hashtag not sponsored by Hendrick's Gin and Quantrill. Little bit of, oops, a little splash of it. And Fever Tree. And of all those things, I would accept a sponsorship from Fever Tree. Okay. Based on Askow's Perspectives 2020, we perceive inclusion as an ongoing process within schools, valuing the diverse range of learners and striving to identify and eliminate obstacles to learning. This approach aims to enhance the participation and learning achievements of all students while providing appropriate support to those at risk of exclusion or falling behind. Again, absolutely. We do need, as the next sentence says, we do need the appropriate support tools in order to execute said inclusion, to make sure that students do not fall behind, do not end up getting lost in the system. Make sure that they have the appropriate support tools to keep up and truly understand what it is that they're doing. Teachers are confronted with complex requirements in inclusive teaching, which relate to general, special educational activities, attitudes, and expectations of self-efficacy. Nührenbörger 2025. As well as subject-specific and didactic competencies. Yeah. Many teachers find inclusion burdensome, and teachers report that they found themselves insufficiently prepared by pre-service and in-service training. Yes. So, at the community college, we also had a program which was supported by our education department. Which was called Universal Design. And so we had an entire department that was dedicated to trying to make sure that we were designing our individual curricula so that they would match the potential issues that may come up. Now, I also found that, for instance, there was a student in one of my classes who I think was deaf, and since we were doing Zoom calls as part of our curriculum, they weren't able to hear me. So therefore, yeah, I've got all this stuff written on the board. Great. Now what's going to happen with everything that I say out loud? So for a while, there was some discussion going that I would need to manually transcribe everything that I said into a caption document, which I can't do that and also get students appropriate feedback on their homework and also do everything else that I was supposed to do. Keep up with all my classes. So then there was, you can send those over to our department over here. And so you'd fill out a form, you'd send it over to the other department, and they would do all of the captioning. The problem with that was it cost tens of dollars per video to do this. And our department, I mean, we've got the money for it, but if every single person had to potentially do this, that would constitute an undue burden on the department as a whole. So it would be covered in theory by the student's IEP. But when I finally reached out to the student and said, hey, what do you need? What you should do before day one. What do you need? They said, the captions that are like auto-generated, those are fine. You don't need to worry about it. So they use the auto-generated captions, which they said, because they're college students, right? They said, even though they're not 100% accurate, like, they get it. They know whatever it was that I was trying to say, even if the captions are wrong. And most of the time, I also wrote important words down. So the important words, even if they got garbled by the... even if the important words got garbled by the auto caption, they would have it written somewhere on the page and be like, oh, that's what they mean. This is what they meant to say. This is what the captions should say. Right, so practical execution presents challenges. Teachers therefore yeah, we already said that. Burdensome. Effective in-service teacher training emerges as a fundamental for fostering inclusive practices. Okay. Oop. Oh. Boo. Oh, man. Come on now. Inclusive mathematics instruction requires the ability and knowledge to adapt mathematical tasks for different learners in a target-oriented manner. Yep. Again, ask the students what they need. Try to predict what they need ahead of time, but then double check with what they need after assigning this thing to make sure that they got the task and it's appropriate. This article examines the question of how teachers' specific knowledge about adapting tasks can be conceptualized for inclusive mathematics instruction, and how the knowledge of experienced teachers about adapting tasks can be expanded through further in-service teacher blended learning training programs. Many empirical studies on inclusive mathematics education include the mathematical skills of children with special education needs in the areas of learning, social emotional development, and in some cases intellectual development generally develop better in an inclusive setting rather than a separate classroom. Right? And concerning the mathematics performance of learners without special education needs, inclusive education appears to neither have a particularly positive nor negative effect. So, you're not doing anything for the other students, whether good or bad, again, particularly, but then it's going to have a 2021 reporting on positive effects for students without special needs. This is going to particularly help those students with special needs because they need the extra support. I have found that in my classes with the highlighting of the fact that we have captions. It does help, or students without any particular hearing issues are grateful that the captions are an option, so that they will be able to at least look at it and see that it's there. Sometimes I say something that doesn't quite make sense to them, but when they see it in print, it's a little bit easier for them to understand. Implementing inclusion in the classroom poses major challenges for both special needs teachers and regular school teachers. Okay. I'd maybe watch the language there, but it's fine. This is because they must consider and master the range of requirements such as adequate diagnosis and support, which is not their problem, but they need to understand it. Differentiation in the selection of appropriate activities and materials for individual learners and the moderation of joint learning settings. So make sure you are appropriately adapting, or at the very least, like opening up your particular activity to include various abilities, and make sure you're not excluding anybody. Which I'm sure you're not excluding anybody, but just in case. Many teachers report they have been so far inadequately prepared for this, and this professionalization deficit is all the more serious because of the use of meaningful learning environments for pupils with different needs for support is a challenging task. There we go. Concerning the principles of universal design for learning, Hall et al. 2012, it is suggested that the design of inclusive materials lessons should always be based on a joint learning objective or setting. Kraneman, 2019. In recent years, various didactic guiding principles have been developed. Farage, 2016. Gervasoni, Peter Koop, 2020. And evidence-based effective options for action have been identified. Galkine, Monkeviciene, 2021, Lambert et al. 2021. Consequently, the use and adaptation of tasks for joint learning settings are fundamental for inclusive mathematics instruction. Right, tasks for joint learning settings. So this is what we're trying to go for. Try and anticipate the needs of anybody who might be in your class, and explicitly watch for the needs of the students who are in your class. Seek out your special education contacts. So all of the people in the department who help out those students with special needs, make sure that you understand what any needs could be, as well as the explicit needs that you actually need. Okay, ads are about to start, so we'll be back in 3 minutes. And thank you everybody for coming. We'll be right back. We'll continue with this article and then move on to some other stuff. Welcome back, everybody, and in case you're new here, my name is Obi-Wan Pez, this is N Simplex Pachinko, and we are going to be doing some eskrima. So, eskrima is a Filipino martial art that involves machetes. We do not have machetes, these are just simple sticks. These are approximately 125 grams each, and can be whipped around pretty nicely. There are also, in my possession, these are 26 inches. We also have the 28-inch 250 gram, so twice as heavy and a couple inches longer, and the 26-inch 500 gram beasts. So these are pretty nasty. I tend not to use them because they stress my muscles a little bit, and you know, I'm 43. I'm not getting any younger. So anyway, we're going to start from shoulders and just sweep down 45-degree angles, and then up, and the other way, 2 down, 2 up. So this is a nice easy warm-up. After a while we start actually striking through. So speed up as you, like, just generally when you're doing this as a nice warm-up, you don't really speed through it, you just kind of gently swipe. Also, when you're coming through, you want to have your, alleged machete coming down through where the blade is going to be. So that's going to be on the front end of where your hand is. You're going to be sweeping through, and when you do that, then decide to switch directions and come back up. You want to make sure that your palm is facing outward again as you're sweeping through. So I wasn't quite as careful as I should have been. Nonetheless. From here we have a few options, so we can go with the forward swiping, which is now going to be a dual strike. So both weapons come down at a 45-degree angle, and then we cross them and come down at a 45-degree angle again, and then back up to the shoulders. The one bad thing about this right here is that my palms are both now facing inward, which means that these are the bladed edges of the weapon. That's not very nice. So, I'm not sure exactly what to do with that. Point them up? That's awkward. Anyway, we come off the shoulders. I think if we go like essentially palms up, it's really awkward, but alright, whatever. We come off the shoulders and swipe through again, and then go back to the shoulders.
Oh, it's a Black Friday week hug. It's a deal hug.
Up to 40% off this Amazon Black Friday week. Ends 1st of December.
And then whichever one was on top, now make it on bottom. Mine is always a little bit slightly awkward because my wrist does not like this particular turn right here. It doesn't quite match up. It always kind of flops about here and then ends up coming back up. If anybody else has that problem, I think generally speaking, warming up your wrist ahead of time is a lot better of an option. You tend not to want to just hold on with your thumb and forefinger and let it go around, because you tend to lose control of the blade too easily. And if this is a bladed weapon, i.e. you're actually practicing this in the actual Philippines, that becomes a much bigger problem because you do not want this thing to go in a dangerous direction. Generally speaking, people use blunted machetes when they're practicing, but still. Next one is we're going to slide off the shoulders and then go upward. And same deal here. This one's a little bit easier on the wrists. I don't know why. It's just the particular forces involved, I guess. And again, make sure you're twisting. And then make sure you go, again, the other one on top. Ah, there we go again. No, wait. That was forward, wasn't it? Yeah. I was starting to go forward again. Alright, then eskrima can be done with either one hand or two hand. So typically stand approximately like shoulder width-ish about apart, and more or less 1 foot like at the next step from the other. So my heel on the back foot, no, my heel on the front foot is roughly at the same place as my big toe on my back foot. So if I were to slide this directly over, I've got a gap of about 1 to 2 inches. Right, so from here, we typically start from this position, which is 1, allowing us to parry with our left hand. It's currently kind of hiding in the crease of the elbow, and the butt end of the machete would be pointing directly at the opponent. In this case, sorry, it's you. Good news, I'm not getting anywhere near the camera, because that would be disastrous. From here, we strike out by sending the machete out this way, and also counterbalancing with our rear hand. So we do stuff like this. And rather than like whipping this out, it's supposed to be more of a throwing action. So it tends to kind of come out almost still pointing backwards a bit, and then when it gets to this point, the wrist snaps a little bit, and it comes out. Okay, it comes out like a whip, rather than coming out as a large sweeping motion, because telegraphing your movements is not a good idea in martial arts ever, ever, ever. More or less, the footwork doesn't matter all that much unless you're actually like working with an opponent, in which case you will decide then to move up and strike, or move to the side and strike, or all sorts of cool stuff. But if we're just practicing like strikes, most of the time we're standing still, keep the knees balanced, keep your weight, roughly speaking, equally spread out between feet. Approximately 1 inch on the butt end of the stick should be showing. And then again, we just do a few warm-up shots like this. That is the number 1. Number 2 is 2 strikes in a row. Number 3, the number 3 combination is to strike out once And then when we come back, we do an overhead strike, which is just going to go over the top and then back, and then another one single strike there. So normally this would look like 1 over 1. And then the number 4 is a single strike out followed by, this is what's called closed stance, because we've got, like, you know, all the defenses are up and the weapon is close. And then when we do the number 4, we do a single strike into an open stance, where now our block, our parry, is still in front, but the weapon is now way back here. Right, the number 4 then strikes by bringing this around, same deal as before, but now we're going to stop the motion of our arm by using the front parry hand. And reason is that when we bring this through, the slapping of this hand is going to cause our arm to stop moving, but the weapon will continue to move through. So, from closed position, we do a single strike to an open stance, single strike on the open, and now we return over the top and do another single strike. But altogether, it's going to be one long motion. So this is a single strike to an open, strike to a closed, and strike again. Waffle lover, how's it going? I too enjoy the real maple syrup. Right, so again, number 4 is going to be a single open, single whip back, and a single. And this is where I keep forgetting because, unfortunately, my Eskrima instructor discontinued our Eskrima classes because there were only 3 of us. He's trying to expand his business, understandably. He wants larger classes, all that good stuff. And all 3 of us could not actually agree on, like, a time and date to meet. So, unfortunately, we're going to discontinue Eskrima, but we may re-continue in the future. Number 5, I think, was a single to an open, and then we were whipping around to then do a single strike down. And then from here, I forget exactly what happened, but I think it was back over and a single strike again. You have a quick question? Absolutely. Go for it. And I think number 6 ends up being the... I keep forgetting the word to this, and I'll remember it eventually, and it will infuriate and embarrass me. But, there we go. Abanico. So we do an abanico block, which is a backhand block, and then a forehand block. So, 1, 2. It's also known as a fan block. Some other martial arts actually use fans, especially, like, I think the Chinese martial arts use, like, closed fans, which then they can open, and they'll have, like, more, some, especially women, would have weaponized fans, so they'd have, like, razor sharp pieces to them, and they could whip them around and actually hurt people, kill people with them. Hooray. Alright, so like I said, I think that number 6 starts with an abanico followed by a kadlik, which is where we twist and drop the hip, and then this kind of just follows along with it. It makes a comma type shape. So as we drop the hip, this is going to put energy into the arm, into the shoulder joint, and then when we release that energy, it comes down and through in this, I gotta say, honestly brutal sweep. And then a single. So I'm pretty sure that it starts from here. We do an abanico, we do a kadlik, and then a single strike. I think that's number 6. Alright. Have a project involving numbers. Would I be able to choose string theory or imagination? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm oh, poor headphones. I'm not sure what you mean by it, but can give it a shot. Right, increase the amount of work that your offhand especially is doing. Make sure that you can keep up. Make sure that you have the same flexibility, roughly speaking. Or we could also flip it the other way. So do everything left-handed now. So we do a number 1. Ow. I need to build up my wrist muscles. Okay, and number 2. Blah. That was terrible. All right, number 3. Oh, nope. All right, number 4. Oop, here. Nope. Nope. Here. All right, up and over, back. Here. Something like that. Number 5. I think. And then number 6. Abanico. Kadlik. You got to be real careful with that one if you're not used to it. Okay, what do we got? Imaginary numbers. Yes. Okay. So I am very familiar with the use of imaginary numbers, and especially in the context of pre-calculus, calculus, and differential equations. So if you have any of those types of questions, feel free and ask. String theory, I'm not particularly versed in, but I can give it a shot. Okay, so then the two-handed Zweihänder type usage here, we usually start from, rather than here, we usually start from this position where we have both of the weapons on one side. We have a throwing technique called sticks to heaven. So we kind of throw down to here, which is a 45-degree angle strike, and a bounce back, a 45-degree angle strike up, twist, flip, or twist and reverse, and then this goes back down. And then now we're on the left-hand side, we do the same thing. So strike, bounce, strike up, twist, switch, and then back. So, works out pretty nicely. This is something that you can do with a partner, because both of you doing this at the same time ends up clacking the sticks together here. You return, you clack the sticks together here, twist, clack the sticks together again, and then return. So clack, 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 clack. I do recommend wearing hearing protection, because my goodness, does it get loud and repetitive. You gotta sleep now anyways. Alright, well. Sorry to hear. But good luck. We'll see you again, I'm sure. Okay, and then we had some other options from here. So in addition to standard sticks to heaven routine like this, we also have the sticks to, or heaven to earth, where we hit, and then this, rather than coming up, is going to come out into a block, and then that's going to twist back and hit again. Ugh. It's very sloppy, I'm sure, so if you know Eskrima, I'm sorry. And then we have multiple other types. So we have from here, there's the strike, which then comes around the head. The left hand comes across the body, and the right hand swipes again. So this is going to be swipe, cross, stripe, swipe, swipe, cross, swipe, swipe, cross, swipe, swipe, cross, swipe. It's a little bit easier if you change which foot is in front while you're doing this. Right, and then also there is a one that uses an abanico, but instead of going up and blocking backhand, you start immediately, because we're on the wrong side here, start immediately with the forehand block. So from the Right, yes, because usually we're cross-body like this. So, because we're on the same side of the body here, we're going to do a forehand abanico only, which is either going to block something that's coming at us, and also moves us in closer to somebody, which is extremely dangerous if you're actually playing with swords, but nonetheless. If you know what you're doing, it's quite a dangerous move. So here, if somebody is, for instance, striking at us this way, so a 45-degree angle strike that way, we can go up and block like this. It catches it, and then we come across the body and do a kadlik. And then again, from this side, we've got a forearm abanico, cross, kadlik. And when we do it all kind of at once, it makes a nice whooshy sound. So generally speaking, when we're doing stuff like combos, you want to make sure that you are unpredictable. So you can start with a sticks to heaven, and then switch to like a, move your foot back and do one of the switching stances, and then do the abanico swipe with the kadlik, and then do a heaven to earth, and then from here do another abanico strike. So, all sorts of stuff. Martial arts are very interesting as a whole. You do need to stay somewhat unpredictable, because otherwise you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. Okay, so, math night. And please, 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 if you are in fact a martial artist who is somewhat inexperienced, don't use these techniques on people. Okay. Task adaptation as a fundamental category of inclusive pedagogical content knowledge. Inclusive mathematics instruction, like the effective and sustainable design of learning processes, requires the adaptive competence of teachers to align lessons with the individual learning prerequisites and learning potential of individual learners. Adapting in such a way for the most favorable conditions for achieving learning goals are created for as many students as possible is fundamental. Therefore, an essential category is the adaptation of activities for inclusive mathematics lessons, i.e. knowledge about mathematical tasks and activities and possible adaptations. By considering the essential knowledge components that are relevant to teachers, Schulman, 1986, initially categorized these into content knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge, and pedagogical knowledge. His framework has been further developed by researchers such as Hill, 2008, breakdown content knowledge, referred to by them as subject matter knowledge, into common content knowledge, knowledge at the mathematical horizon, and specialized content knowledge. The concept of knowledge at the mathematical horizon is clarified by Ball, 2008, as an awareness of how mathematical topics are related over the span of mathematics included in the curriculum. The COACTIV model by Baumert and Kunter, 2013, and building on this, Binder, 2018, which we use in the study to concretize, reify. Probably much more easy to use reify. The aspects of professional competence of teachers additionally includes affective and motivational aspects of teachers. I could very well be wrong, but we did learn that one from Liljedahl. It seems to fit in this particular case. And it differentiates between 4 aspects of teachers' professional competence at first level: professional knowledge, beliefs, values, goals, motivational orientations, and self-regulation. Right? Aspects of professional competence, domains of knowledge, right, which we mentioned up there, and facts of knowledge. Right? Deep understanding of school mathematics, one would hope. Explanatory knowledge, diagnostic skills, knowledge of students' mathematical thinking, knowledge of mathematical tasks, knowledge of student assessment. Then, outside of that, pedagogical and psychological knowledge, knowledge of learning assessment, and knowledge of effective classroom management. As we can see in Figure 1, domains of knowledge of COACTIV are divided into content knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge, pedagogical psychological knowledge, organizational knowledge, and counseling knowledge. Final differentiation can then be made by the individual knowledge facts. For example, pedagogical content knowledge includes knowledge facts of explanatory knowledge, knowledge about students' mathematical thinking, and knowledge about mathematical tasks, with a view to inclusive mathematical instruction. Bertram and Rolke, 2022, have further developed the coactive competence model displayed in Figure 1, extending it into the professional competence of teachers for inclusive mathematics instruction, and concluded that extended knowledge is necessary to cope with extended requirements of inclusive education. Accordingly, inclusive professional knowledge includes specific inclusive pedagogical knowledge, inclusive pedagogical content knowledge, and inclusive organizational and counseling knowledge, in addition to specialist knowledge. Regarding the tasks and activities offered in mathematics lessons, differentiated support measures are primarily aimed at increasing processing time for learners or increasing or reducing the level of difficulty of the tasks depending on the individual learning situation. Reductions in learning tasks can provide a sense of achievement in the short term but deprive learners of learning opportunities in medium or long term. Prediger Bureau, 2021. This is because there is a risk that the reduction of requirements neglects productive task formats and process-oriented approaches to the specific learning, subject-specific learning objects, as well as the individualized support and development of basic mathematical skills. Pliquet et al. 2017. Right. Yeah. Right, so if you're increasing the processing time for learners or reducing the difficulty level, then yes, you are holding short of what you are intending to cover in any other class, which does not do the students any particular favors. Okay. Investigation of professionalization processes in context of in-service professional development. Sorry. Hashtag not sponsored. Hardcore hand care was something that I discovered when I was a teenager. This is actually the same tin that I had when I was a teenager. I discovered they're still in business. So it's just like beeswax, olive oil, a couple of like perfumey type things. This one's a lemon and lavender. And I bought my spouse another one of a different scent. But it's really good for like this is actually meant for like lobstermen, often like who work in the ocean every day. It works really well on like split skin and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of split skin like right here on the edge of my nose. And it's bothering me. So apologies for touching my nose. But it's good stuff. I would also accept a sponsorship from them. They're not going to give me a sponsorship. Okay. Professionalization processes of teachers and professional development measures. Hey, Redzi. Good evening and welcome. For anybody who's here who does not know me, my name is Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko. We are doing some reviewing of the Springer Journal for Mathematics Education, or sorry, Research in Mathematics Education. I don't have it right. Damn it. Math Education Research Journal. There we go. MERJ. We also have our YouTube here for any of our VODs at Obi-Wan Pez or at NSimplexPachinko6542, depending on which particular stuff you're looking for. If you want my gaming content, at Obi-Wan Pez, and if you want the math content, you can just search N-Simplex Pachinko. I should be the only one that comes up. One would hope. We did just finish last week, 2 weeks ago, a session or series on Building Thinking Classrooms by Peter Liljedahl, which is all about a new-ish teaching method that he had been working on for 15 years prior to the publication of this book in 2021, and had over 400 teacher participants working on it. So it was quite a project. Currently, we're looking at the Springer Mathematics Education Research Journal, and we're looking at what's this one? Teachers' knowledge of adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction. So we're specifically looking for how teachers' knowledge of making tasks inclusive is going to help students, particularly students with special needs, but in theory, how it could then help all students or serve no negative effect. Oh, nice. Well, thank you so much for coming in and seeing me. It's been a while, yeah. My family is currently living in the UK, and we're having a bunch of fun here. I try to get on here and do mathematics and mathematics education on Mondays and Wednesdays. If you have any particular questions, Redzi, you can feel free to drop them in chat, or we have a joint Discord server with... Oh, okay. That's why. We have a joint Discord server that we use with other members of our mathematics education group. So if you have any particular questions with mathematics, you can check stuff out there. Thank you so much. Let's see, 21-22. Was that after we came back from COVID? Wait. Oh, interesting question. Were you the one who gave me the pen? Yeah. All right, fair enough. Yeah, 21-22. So that would have been when we were coming back from COVID. So like you would have been probably the first ones in the class of the first ones back, I think. What an interesting and messed up time all of that was. Goodness. Yeah. So much of it just wild. Well, good to see you again. And like I said, you know, if you have any particular questions in math, or you just want to hang out, feel free to drop on in. Okay. Investigation of professionalization processes in the context of in-service professional development development measures for teachers is very complex. Reinhold 2015. That's fair. Whether subject-related teaching processes change after further professional development measures depends on the extent to which subject-related teaching and learning processes are addressed in addition to general, more pedagogically and psychologically oriented topics. Plan for advanced physics. You're in hospitality management. I mean, like, my route to getting to teaching at hey, I don't generally say where I actually worked online. Damn it. I mean, it's not a surprise. I've actually said my literal name on here before, but I try to keep it as quiet as possible. My route to teaching at that particular community college, like, was very windy. So it I ended up going through so many other positions. I was originally a Kelly girl. And for those without context knowledge, Kelly girls were the typists that were hired out by Kelly Services. They always, like, they were given a uniform, which was Kelly green. So like a dress with a cloak and a hat, all green, and a specific particular color. So it was called Kelly Green. And Kelly Services still uses the same green for their logo. So when I found out the they showed me a history of what Kelly Services was back in the 50s and 60s, and where it all came from and all that stuff. And I was like, I'm a Kelly girl. So anyway, I also use the phrase corporate mercenary because I thought that was funny. So I worked for them for a year and a half, basically, and picked up like whatever odd jobs they had. Somebody was, had a vacancy or something like that, and they were like, well, look, we just need work done. So they'd hire Kelly Services to fill that spot. And then I would get in there to these particular locations and just, what do you need done? And then we, generally speaking, we got along really well. There were a couple of jobs where they were like, yeah, we're going to discontinue just because, we don't think you're a good fit or whatever. And like, no hard feelings, sure. But like, most of the jobs I left because I was going to do something else for a little while, or I was picking up a contract with like a permanent position, which turned out to be not so permanent. And then I ended up working at Magellan Health Services, which was an insurance agency, or insurance credentialer. So it was a the credentialing organization basically checks everybody's like healthcare providers documentation to make sure that they actually are able to do the things that they say they can do, and they don't have like wild outstanding malpractice suits on their hands or anything like that. So I worked for them for 3 years, some of which was remote, others of which were in office. There was all sorts of stuff going on. So Magellan Health Services was I liked the job. I worked for 2 different people. the managers in the office were two different people. And I respected both of them very much for two very different reasons. Ugh. Yeah. I remember doing a miniature form of hospitality management. I worked at the student union building in my college, and I was one of the building managers for about 2 months. It was not a particularly good fit. I ended up missing a couple of shifts, or like the beginning of a couple of shifts, because I just either slept in late or didn't set an alarm. Like, we didn't... Okay, here's the thing. We didn't have these. Which now I like serially set alarms for the entire day. And like every single day of the week I need to be here at this time. Cool, I'm setting an alarm. Like, I didn't have any of that. It was pretty much like, you need to set the next alarm. And if you don't set the next alarm, you're screwed. Yeah. So they were just like, yeah, you're missing shifts and stuff. You can't be here. I was like, yeah, that's probably fair. There was a lot of setting up rooms to make sure that they had the, correct setup for like whatever meeting's going to happen in an hour. And it's going to last for 2 hours, and then when that's done, we're going to go over there, we're going to reset the room into whatever arrangement they need for the next thing. And if we weren't physically doing it, then like the custodial staff is going to be doing it. Like, they will set it up. They'll set up like the big room, the one that fits 200 people. They would set up the chairs and stuff like that, and then we just go to make sure it was done. And if it wasn't done, we were doing it. I had a guy who was a freshman. I was a sophomore, and he was like the best coworker that I could possibly imagine. And like, he was always upbeat. He was always trying to like get the two of us into this awesome flow. He would like constantly just be like on time every single day, in the right place, if not 5 minutes early. And I was like, all right, you're younger than me, and you're brand new to college, and you've got your shit together. Like, this is amazing. I need to be more like you. You're my role model. Hillside Resort, yeah. Oh, carrying things uphill. Oh, that's awful. And it was right about my birthday in the end of September or into early October, when I showed up for work and he didn't. And we were told that he passed away. And like, this is an 18-year-old kid, maybe 19 at that point. And like I said, I respected him so much because he was just, he had everything together. At the end of the year, I ended up taking a kinesiology class for EMTs. And I became an EMT for 4 years. I'd always wanted to, but like that was one of the things that kind of spurred me into it. So I was a licensed EMT, or I was a certified EMT for 4 years. I had the license for 2 because we moved. And like that whole week was really hard on everybody who worked there, because we all knew the guy, and we all just absolutely loved everything about him. And I found out that one of the EMTs that I was working with was actually the coach of the lacrosse team that was out for a run the day that he just dropped. So it wasn't like, oh no, medical attention's like 20 minutes away. No, there was an EMT on site, but he was gone before he hit the ground. He had a congenital heart disease, or congenital heart issue, which ended up causing him to like his heart just basically ripped open in his chest. It's wildly unfair. Yeah. These things are wild. Like, I mean, I'm sure that back in the history of humanity, we had way more things that were causing horrible death and destruction and things like that. But, you think, these days, you think it's like, oh, we're so insulated from it. And it's like, no, not quite. Not as insulated as we thought. It's just we don't have to deal with it on a regular basis. Yeah. And you too. Rough times. But yeah, this poor guy, because the coach for the lacrosse team, like, there was literally nothing he could do. And he didn't know that in the moment. Of course not. One of your players drops, he doesn't have a pulse. You're doing CPR. So he was doing CPR for 20 minutes while I'm pretty sure he went with him in the ambulance as well. You need an extra 5 hands when you get into a CPR situation in an ambulance. So I was on the squad for our college. That was the same one that he was a part of. And like we did 2 CPR calls that I was on. The first one was a lady that the first responders asked, like, a few questions, but the people were so panicky that they were just like, please help her. And this lady was like, 75 some odd years old, and turns out that after they started CPR, they asked, how long has she been down? And they were like, I don't know. Hours? Yep. Yep. Gotta keep working, push through. Yep. So, yeah, that lady, like, there was no chance. She had already been gone for an hour or more. But since the EMTs started CPR, they were not allowed to stop CPR until they had a medical doctor check it out. So we had to take her all the way to the hospital. And our paramedic was like, all right, look, this is the situation. We're going to treat this like basically practice for the real thing. And I was like, ugh, that's not good, but understandable. So. And then the second call that I went
Hello
on...
there.
Hey, Famish, how you doing? Firefighter EMT, yeah, it is a very worthwhile experience. I don't know. I kind of wish that I could do it again. And I know I definitely could. You just woke up. Nice. Hope it was a very fulfilling nap. Being an EMT was a fulfilling and awesome experience. I was working on a volunteer outfit. So we were required to do 48 hours every month. And just kind of... Nose isn't a stuffy. Nice. And we received $40 per month as our stipend. Most of which was spent on snacks at the station. This was also the I ought to do this as a just chatting someday, but tell all my crazy stories of having been an EMT. You don't know anything medical? Nice. You know how to carry 14 glasses on a tray? Nice. First aid boy. Yeah, so that was my experience, right? I'd done first aid and emergency preparedness in Scouts, and my mother was also a nurse. So I was like, okay, I've got some knowledge. This might be interesting. Yup. Also my experience. I'm still not very good at swimming, and we did tangentially. We went to Tenerife, which is one of the Canary Islands. Beautiful place. Highly recommend if you ever end up going to, I want to go somewhere tropical. Tenerife. Excellent. You can go to Gran Canaria or any of the other islands. They're awesome too. But I specifically went to Tenerife. That is where my experience was. I loved it. There is a black sand beach, which if you sit on the beach and you just sit for a minute, there are stones all up and down the beach that roll over each other in the tide, and it's so loud. It drowns out your thoughts. It's just perfect for not having to think. But we went on this snorkeling expedition. It was the four of us and our instructor, Carlos, who was amazing. I loved him every minute of it, with the exception of the actual swimming part, because I'm not a supremely good swimmer. I'm fine. I can survive. But it was also here, you are going to hold hands with one of your children, and the two of you are going to buddy swim, around and check out stuff. And, he paired me and my son up, and he's probably a better swimmer than I am, honestly, but he's never been snorkeling, and so he's kind of freaked out and kind of worried, and I'm I can't hold him up. We've got we don't I think we had flotation devices. And if we we didn't have flotation devices, but we had a buoy, so you could grab onto the buoy and hold on to it. But naturally, you're gonna be floating like here. National service training requirement. Yep. Family mostly military heritage. Nice. Well, I'm glad that I helped you pass with high school there. And like 2 seconds after we got in the water, he goes, nope, and takes my son and gives him to my spouse and gives my daughter to me. And I'm like, okay, she's holding me. She's the one who's supporting me. I know this is supposed to be the other way around, but like oh man, it was so bad. I'm not a good swimmer. But like, I mean, I can snorkel, but I can snorkel by myself. The other problem is that I keep getting water in my mouth the whole time, and I'm like and trying to have to blow it out. Yeah. Yep. Yep, they were one of my students back in the day. Ooh. Ooh. That's an interesting dynamic. Holy hell. Woo. Oh man. That is an interesting dynamic. Okay, ads are about to start. Sorry about this. We're going to take 3 minutes. I need to go cycle water, and we'll spend one more cycle doing mathy stuff, and then we're probably going to head out after that. So, 3 minutes. Be right back. Thank you so much for coming.
Raining
They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on
Yeah, basic accounting. So actually, like my real job at the moment, I'm basically making no money anywhere. I have 2 volunteer positions as the treasurer of our parents group for my kids' school. I mean, it can, but mostly it's like spreadsheets. So in using the spreadsheets, you have to enter formulas, which it's basically algebra, right? You say like, you know, X, whatever cell that is, plus Y, whatever cell that is. Yeah. But then you need to figure out, it's not just simple X plus Y, right? It's going to be like, let's go deeper into the software and figure out how do we solve a particular problem, right? Here's my problem. How do I solve that? And that is algebra. Because you're going to go in and you're going to decide, like, how do these things connect? What's their relationship? How do I then enter that relationship into this and reflect it accurately, while also, you know, there's a bunch of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I'm the treasurer of our parents and friends group for my kids' school, and I'm also the treasurer of the new scout troop that we're creating with my daughter. They've had a boys' troop here in England for ever, basically. Since there were Americans living on the base. They no longer have Americans living on base. The facilities are crumbling. They haven't had funding in like forever. But the Americans now live like in the country. So surrounding the base, in town, in the next 5 towns over, like all the Americans live nearby. And so if they needed to, you know, most of them could get to the base within about 15-20 minutes. If there was some like national emergency, actual emergency, not some bullshit emergency that friggin' anyway. Politics, yay. Yeah. So, girls troop. So we just formed the girls troop with my daughter. The committee chair is a lady who had been, well, like she and I have gone out with a group of Americans to breakfast on like Monday mornings. Basically, we all hang out and we just gripe about what kind of issues we got. It has been a mom's group for forever. And then they were like, they put on the group chat, hey ladies, let's plan on this. And I just sent a picture of, I just sent an emoji that was a bearded man. And they were like, oh, Anobi, right, yes, sorry. Congratulations. Nice. Yes, okay, I've always been friggin' terrible at trying to grade stuff other than exams. This is one of the reasons that building thinking classrooms was so interesting to me. uh. Yeah, so the committee chair has a daughter who is now in our girls' troop. They had been together, both of them, in the Girl Scout troop, but like they seemed much more interested in doing other stuff, which was not.
Say that again?
But advertising on Spotify can help your business turn up. With our easy-to-use ads manager, you can create new audio ads from scratch.
Like, they wanted to do stuff that wasn't particularly oriented toward getting the ranks done and, like, doing that stuff. They were much more interested in just, like, hanging out and then doing other stuff. So, No, yeah, correcting them. I was unfortunately notorious. Well, okay. So the problem was that I'd always get in this routine to just, like, I would just keep tripping over my own 2 feet and, like, eventually get into a funk of not being able to correct stuff. And then, like, eventually nihilistic, what's the point? Yeah, Famish, that was all my fault. That was not many of the other teachers, I'm sure. Yeah, no wonder I got kicked out of the country, right? Not really. Yeah. But Redzy, if you got any of those people who are vibe coding, take them out. I mean, you know, nicely, by showing them up. Make a much better program and be like, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's what needs to be done. You'll do that to yourself. When I was working at Magellan, so this is an insurance credentialer, I had a macro that I was running in the background, and like there's a macro that basically, or a series of macros that are installed on everybody's computer already, and like you could trade them around with people. And so I was like, man, I am sick of like having to manually type 10 pages worth of like tax affiliations, because my particular project had a lot of them. So like radiologists can read images from every single state in the union, but the problem is that they have to have a tax affiliation with every single one that they read in. So like, you know, they have to have a company in each of those states, and then that company has to give them the tax affiliation for that state. So they can work in literally every state of the union, and potentially they could work for multiple companies, which could in turn give them multiple tax affiliations for each individual state. Generally speaking, there was a maximum of one company that they work for per state, but it didn't have to be. They could work for 10 different hospitals in 10 different states, and that's 100 different organizations. Generally, it wasn't that bad, but I started getting really sick of spending 2 hours typing one person's stuff in, and so I ran a macro. I started programming this macro. It was Visual Basic. And it was Visual Basic, and I absolutely hated it. But when we did that, I spent 30 hours, one whole week of my time, like programming this thing together. And it was probably, I spent Friday basically like just running it and making sure it worked, and then coding, debugging all the code. And then I was like, all right, so look, I probably told you the story already. 10 years ago, but still. No, 5 years. Anyway. Yeah. So I took this code and I ran it all day Friday. I was like, all right, so look, I told my manager, my numbers are a little bit low this week, but I'm going to make it up. And she's like, okay. So I don't tell her anything. So I come in Monday and I run it all day. And then Tuesday morning comes and I'm starting to run it, and like half an hour into the workday, she storms up to my desk, throws a pile of paper down and goes, "What did you do?" And I just beamed and started laughing, and I was like, no. Okay, look. Because she thought I was just like manipulating the system. And I was like, no. You don't understand. I'm actually entering the information. It's just I don't physically have to do it. And so I showed her. I was like, here's this person's file. You see all of these, companies they work for, and you see in each one of them, and I pull up one of them, here is like, this list of tax affiliations. That's ridiculously long. And she was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, so I programmed it. So now, and I back out to where I need to start, and I just hit enter, and and it just goes to the provider's record. It copies it's so easy. It just copied the entire list of unlock world civilizations. Is that a class? I copied the entire list of all of the companies that they work for, and it's just stored as an array. And then I take the first one, and I enter that company's file. It goes into the company's file, and it copies every tax affiliation going down the whole thing, and it copies that as an array. And then it goes back to the provider's file and enters all of them. And then it goes to the second company on the list, goes into the tax affiliations, erases the old one, copies the new one, and then goes back to the provider's file and pastes all of them individually, one by one. And occasionally I have to just kind of go tick, 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 right? type 2 letters and the enter key. And when I do that, it starts back up again. And it runs this macro for 5 minutes at maximum. From 2 hours. When I had to do it manually, it was up to 2 hours. When I ran it on the macro, it was a maximum of 5 minutes. And she just goes, you could do that? It's like, yes! And she's like, can you do that for everybody? I was like, I don't know. It works on my stuff. So I had this guy, Dave, who was my friend. I was like, hey, Dave, can you check this out? And he runs through the whole thing, and he's like, okay, well, this is a, brilliant program for what you're doing. And unfortunately, it doesn't work for the rest of us because we have specific rules that apply. So, like, under this particular state, only these particular companies can actually be used, or, I was like, all right, well, what, Dave? Dave was my chat GPT, yeah. So, Dave was actually he sat in with me for about 2 hours one day, and he, basically watched me code, and he was like, oh yeah, you got this. Like, it's not going to be a problem. Because I know zero Visual Basic at this point, but I know how to program. So it didn't matter what language it was in. I just needed to know what the vocabulary was. Which, honestly, that's kind of my current problem with real languages. Like, I can figure out the rules pretty quick. I can figure out how things are pronounced. Can't tell you any vocabulary at all. So, typing out on my phone, trying to figure out what the vocab is, and then eventually coming up with a sentence that sounds reasonable, and the person's like, alright. They closed the chat on you. What? Why'd they do that? Guess it is 5 p.m. for them. Yeah. Sorry, Zach. We're still on the second article. All right. Let's see. MS Teams. Yeah, my daughter's school uses Teams a lot for whatever. I liked Slack when I was on it. Okay, participation in in-service professional development programs can contribute to the development of teachers' professional knowledge, naturally, if some basic design features are taken into account. Cool. Should be ensured that the programs are offered iteratively and continuously over a long period. They should also relate to the interests of the participants. Motivation, yeah. Take up the specific subject-related learning processes that the learners impart the associated knowledge of promising strategies for action, provide for self-directed and self-organized learning, and organize and support cooperative reflection phases. Also helps. That's what Outlook is for. Regarding formats of professional development, it's been recognized that e-learning approaches are particularly effective when they're integrated into teaching learning arrangements that include elements of face-to-face learning in addition to e-learning elements. In addition, e-learning environments require self-directed and highly independent self-study. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. In meta-analyses by Bernard et al. 2014 and Means et al. 13, e-learning approaches proved to be particularly effective when they offered teaching learning arrangements that included both well-designed online elements and face-to-face learning environments. Okay, so reinforcing also helped. A forced change from face-to-face learning to blended learning can promote learning in which the advantages of face-to-face and e-learning can be integrated and individual learning strategies and peer learning can be promoted. Yeah, strictly face-to-face, moving to blended. I did like having some of the options to move students to blended learning, to say like, you know, I think that you all should get together at some point outside of class and think about the following. Redzi, this was a little bit after your time. In fall of 22, I was teaching pre-calc, calculus, calculus 2, and another pre-calculus, I think. And I went to a research conference where this guy was speaking, Peter Liljedahl. And it basically made me transform my learning, or my teaching, like, essentially overnight. I was sick that entire weekend, but I was like, I need to start, like, translating everything over. So I had a great suite that, oh, I'm not wearing the shirt. I looked up, because I went to a conference in Toronto, and I'd never been to Toronto. Beautiful city. A little bit cold when I went. It was like, you know, now, basically. So, like, the week before Thanksgiving, November 20th. And there was already snow on the ground. It was freezing cold. And, yeah, like I said, I had a cold the whole weekend. Like, jam-packed nastiness. I had an ensuite bathroom, which most places on that floor had a shared bathroom because this was a hostel. So they were like, oh yeah, well, we've got this hostel style inn if you would like to stay there. I looked online and they were like, okay, it's going to be 220 Canadian a night to stay in the conference hotel. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. First of all, I feel bad for making my department pay for it. Second of all, I need to front that money and I don't like it. So I was like, let's look around and see what we got. So I found a hostel, which was close by. I found another one that was pretty close by. It was $89 a night, and it said The Rex, Hotel, and Jazz Bar. And I went, why isn't this always an option? Like, yes, please. I will stay in the hotel with Jazz Bar. So I get there, and it's like, you know, a bar downstairs, and then you climb up the stairs, and there was a third floor as well. I was on the second floor, directly above the bar, and so, like, every single night, they had jazz playing, and it would just like right through the floor, and I could hear everything. It was like I had, I mean, crappy tickets, but it's like I had tickets every night. And then finally one night I actually went down there and listened to Tevet Sela, who was an Israeli-Canadian jazz musician. And his group was playing a bunch of their stuff. It's really good. I like this stuff. Especially jazz bars. Yeah. More of a beach bar. Yeah, that's fair. So, yeah, like I said, every single night was just, and the night, Zach's gonna love this. The night that I went and saw Peter Liljedahl's keynote speech. So this was at like, I don't know, 2, 3 in the afternoon. Like everything stopped and everybody went to the keynote. And like I said, I was furiously scribbling notes in my notebook, and like trying to figure out like how am I going to get my classroom to change everything over in one weekend, essentially, right? Because I want to change it over by Monday. This is Thursday night or Thursday afternoon. I went out to Tim Hortons, which is something that everybody who's been to Canada would be like, well, you have to do it at least once. It's like Dunkin's, but like it's special because it's specifically Tim Hortons. I got a coffee and a donut. I drank the coffee at probably 9 o'clock. You can see where this is going. Called my family, said have a good night, everybody, and I was feeling pretty nasty, so I just went to bed, and I fell asleep, surprisingly. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, I woke up staring at the ceiling, and I came to the realization that I had been doing teaching wrong. Like, the entire time. This is me 13, 14 years into my service, realizing that I have been doing teaching completely all wrong. And Peter, 100%, like, before I'd even read the book, 100% had it nailed down to this particular art, this building thinking classrooms model. And I like, between getting up out of bed and having to like clear out all the grossness, I spent most of the next hour and a half in a like state of absolutely shattered, crying into my pillow. Now, I grant you, this is probably because of the coffee. No, it wasn't vodka, at least not for me. This was just caffeine, but being so messed up. Oh, you did. Okay, yeah. Essentials of Psychology. Nice. Is there any particular reason you can't take World Civilizations now? Is it just like It's not full. Is it that you have too many gen eds? That's a little weird, if it were. But yeah, that was my version of my body is terribly confused as to whether I should sleep or not. Is just me, like, crying into my pillow that I've been screwing up teaching this entire time. And trying to figure out how I can make it right. So, like, whew, it was a good time. In hindsight. Two classes at a time. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Switching from online program to blended learning program enriches independent learning through social interaction. Enables contact with trainers, yep. And according to Graham and Allen, 2009, helps motivate participants to complete a professional development course. I would find that that is true, yes. So, we also did... I don't remember what the system was called. Mixology, kitchen essentials, and accommodation operations. Whoa. That's... Oh man, that's a lot. And trying to take it at home, yeah. Some schools leave it to the student to decide how many credits they want to do. Yeah. And you're in Pac Northwest, is that right? Like I said, I can't remember what the program was that we did, but we had an external program that we could hook into Canvas, which would allow us to have the students make videos in order to help describe like who they are, what their experiences were. There's a whole bunch of assignments that I had that were in this particular system. Redzi probably remembers that one. Assignment due, cook lobster risotto. I mean, you know, during pandemic, you just have to look at it. You wouldn't be able to taste it. Ship it to us. Effectiveness of blended learning environments is summarized by Means, 2013, Bernard, 2014. According to these studies, firstly, the intensity of participants' interaction with online materials, and secondly, interaction between participants are key variables for learning successes in blended learning settings. All look, no substance, yeah. As long as it looks good, woo! In summary, it is no research on teachers' knowledge about adaptation of tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction known to us. There is no research, I assume. There is also a lack of differentiation in this area of knowledge. Qualitative study presented here differentiates and examines the level of knowledge of teachers and adaptation of tasks. Focus is on 3 research questions. What knowledge about adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instructions do teachers demonstrate before participating in an unsupported online program? How does the knowledge about adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction differ before and after participating in blended learning program? And how does this knowledge differ compared to participation in an unsupported online program? Right. So blended learning, when you have like stuff that you're doing at home and also stuff you're doing in a class to help to reify, if we use the educational term, take the abstract that you're learning in the sessions, the automatic sessions, and then transfer that to concrete knowledge in the person-to-person settings. Compared to an unsupported online program where you're just doing a bunch of videos on your own. I personally would definitely prefer to have some feedback from colleagues and the people who are running the sessions. Which patterns of change can be identified after the blended learning offer with regard to task adaptation for inclusive mathematics instruction? Okay, framing the research, DCLE in-service teacher training program. Findings of CRAFT 2003 were taken up in the DCLE project as guidelines for development and design of professional development series, and blended learning concept aims to promote professional knowledge for inclusive mathematics instruction. The program focuses on design and implementation of joint learning settings in inclusive mathematics lessons for teachers at regular schools and schools for students with special needs. Schools explicitly for students with special needs? That's what it seems like. Okay. Program consists of a combination of 6 thematically focused face-to-face events, additional online-based learning phases, and targeted activities for the transfer of theory to practice into lessons for participating teachers. Figure 2 shows the topics of 6 professional development events, left, and specific content areas, right. Good tasks, learners with support needs, differentiation, concepts in mathematics lessons, basics. Adapting tasks and different sensitive lesson planning, number concepts, diagnosis-led support, operational concepts, change of presentation and use of visual aids, understanding place values, encourage joint exchange, number crunching, cooperation between different professions, concept of size and dealing with sizes. Okay. Online resources originated from the Inclusive Maths with PIKAS project and included materials and suggestions on the website given here. This is in German, isn't it? Yup. I shouldn't have hit cancel. That's alright. Translate. A. Offers background information and teaching materials and guiding ideas, content, and funding priorities for the planning, implementation, and reflection of inclusive mathematics lessons. Use of materials in the classroom should lead to raising awareness of basics of good inclusive mathematics teaching. We're just gonna put that on the to be investigated later. Oh, right, I need to go back. Participants were able to use materials either as an independent source of information or as part of blended learning training series to support individual work. Participants were given insights into practical examples of adapting tasks and learning about exemplary activities that they could adapt for their classes and try out in practice. Teachers are encouraged to form multi-professional teams. Multi-professional teams are made up of persons with different professional backgrounds and expertise who work together to achieve a common goal and to develop, test, reflect on the activities using the planning scheme developed here. Good or basic task, in-depth analysis, or in-depth tasks, naturally differentiating, reduction, children with specific learning disability or difficulties, differentiated learning, barrier-free learning, and extension, high-performing children, differentiated learning, barrier-free learning. with the possibilities for individual support, barrier-free learning, medial and organizational, with always the possibility that anybody could move anywhere, whatever absolutely needs to be done. This was also something that was used in Peter Liljedahl, chapter 9, talking about hints and extensions. So rather than reducing the load, typically Peter's activities talk about giving hints to people who are having trouble or issues seeing what the next step is. So you're always trying to get the students with learning disability or difficulties to get to the same level as anybody else. It's going to be hard. Some of them are not physically capable of doing it. But the assumption should never be there initially. So in Liljedahl, the premise would be that you are going to have your good task, you're going to have a list of tasks to be done, and each one is going to be a gradated difficulty step up, right? So you're going to go down this list in this sort of way that's like that, except students who like obviously get it are going to either be told an extension, so like what would happen if, and you give them something that's now different. In the case of the one that we were always doing was factoring. So factoring polynomials, trinomials into two pieces, two binomials, was always like, okay, well, if you've got the positive case, then what would happen if you went with the negative positive case for like a quadratic? How is that different from going the other way? And then positive, negative, negative, negative. Yes. And those are the four possibilities. So you can, for the extensions, either leap ahead to the next set or give them an extension, which is like, well, what if you, and then fill in the blank. Okay. Common goal, knowledge-based adaptation of tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction and professional knowledge as a professional knowledge fact, which is supposed to be developed. Starting from common basic tasks for all children, it encourages the development of extensions for high-achieving children, reductions for children with learning difficulties, as well as consideration of possibilities for individual support, although the latter was less of a focus in the professional development setting. I can understand why. It's also possible that maybe they came across this later on in the study, and so they didn't really include it. Okay. All right, information. First survey, blended learning professionalization program, self-directed learning website, information for survey. Second survey. And end first survey, or end blended learning A. Okay. Start online. Second survey of OAB. First survey start BLB. Second survey end BLB. Okay. Teachers from administrative district in North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany took part in both groups voluntarily. As part of the introductory information event, the scope, content, tasks, and methods of the training series were presented. First written survey was carried out. Total of 101 teachers, 39 in Group A, 62 in Group B. And percentage of teachers who worked at schools for students with special needs, A 33%, B 37%, with different qualifications took part. Primary school 48%, secondary school 11%, special school 36%, primary school with additional qualification in special school 4%, other 2%. Data collection to qualitatively assess teachers' knowledge to adapt the task for inclusive mathematics. Instruction, participants were asked to modify a task on laying patterns to suit all ability levels, presented in a task vignette. The task was part of a complete survey distributed to participants. Further areas not relevant for study presented in this manuscript of the survey were diagnosis and support, attitudes toward inclusive mathematics education, and potential and limitations of inclusive mathematics education. Among the students in the survey, among the tasks in the survey, this particular task on laying patterns was selected because it specifically encourages task adaptation and is designed as an open-ended question. Given the thematic focus of this article on task adaptation, we consider a detailed description of all tasks to be of limited relevance. How would you adapt this and adjust this task for inclusive mathematics lessons so that all children at all levels can participate? You have chosen the following task for laying patterns. Find different ways to place 7 counters in a 10-frame. Record your solution. Basic task was chosen because it is open-ended and addresses essential basic competencies for number conception in the fundamental content area of numbers and operations. The setup helped identify participants' suggestions for adapting the task, including expansions and non-content related support. Data from these surveys were digitized. Participants who provided feedback at all times, 38 from A, 49 from B, were included in the analysis. So that's 62. So 13 of them from Group B ended up dropping out essentially. And 38, I think it was only 1. Yeah, 1 from Group A ended up pulling out. Data preparation and analysis. Okay. We're going to skip through most of this here. Results. First research question asks teachers' knowledge how to adapt the laying patterns task. Changes before and after an unsupported online program. Explore this research question, as we can see in Table 3, reveals a slight increase in the average number of task adaptations per teacher from the start to the end of the program, with notable gains in extending tasks for high achievers. Okay. Adaptations for reducing task difficulty show a minimal increase, and non-content adaptations slightly decrease. When interpreting these results, it should be mentioned that the increase in total number of adaptations could have been because only a few teachers showed a larger repertoire of adaptations at the end of OAB, and therefore could have influenced the overall picture. To compare teachers' adaptation measures between the start of OAB and end OAB, it's useful to analyze the codings of Group B to the subcategories reduction, expansion, and non-content adaptations. Distribution of the subcategories in the main category reduction is displayed in Figure 6. Good evening and welcome everybody from Actual Education. Dr. Gold's channel is raiding on in. My name's Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko, and we are doing a bit of research breakdown tonight to see what we had going on. So right now we're looking at how teachers' knowledge of adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction is going to potentially help or hurt any of the students in the classroom, to see if the inclusive mathematics education is worth the effort that it takes to make that happen. Favorite kind of news. Absolutely. Anybody who does not know Dr. Gold and is in any way interested in math education, physics, chemistry, some sciencey type stuff, definitely go see Dr. Gold. Yeah, great guy, does awesome stuff, explains things really well, breaks it down very nicely for everybody, so go check him out. Okay. Hang on, do I have? Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, because you also rated in, probably. I used to do that all the time. Yep. Reducing number range via number of counters, sample templates, copying patterns and coloring them, and giving examples. Overview of relevant coding of subcategories in main category reduction group B. Exemplarily, we consider the reduction measure reducing the number range via the quantity of counter before the online program. 10.2% of teachers suggested this, which increased to 30.6% afterward. Okay. The measure copying patterns and coloring them saw increases of about 14 percentage points. So being able to color the patterns is going to help the students be able to see what it is that they need to. It's more inclusive because it now adds color in addition to just like headings for any individual group. Gotta set up laptop you have for lurking. That, yeah, might be a challenge. Minor challenge, but challenge nonetheless. Despite stable total count of reduction suggestions, there's a notable shift within the reduction category where adaptation methods included in the program become more prevalent. Figure 7 includes growing trend in adaptation suggestions in the extension category across survey points. Right, so subcategory extending number range beyond quantity of counters. This is, nope, still group B. Was suggested only by 4.1% of teachers at the start, increasing to 18.4% by the end. So, extending the number range beyond, oh, right, yep, right. So, this is teachers who suggested an extension for high-performing students. Whereas the one above was suggestion of reduction of difficulty, especially for students with special needs. A number of the teachers here also specifically working at schools, which were like essentially magnet schools in Germany for students with special needs. Okay, so giving a sample template and examples was actually reduced. It was suggested that we not do these things in theory, and fewer people gave a sample template or gave a worked out example when tasked with finding some way to support students with special needs. Interesting. In the extension group, extending the number range beyond the number of counters, extending the number range beyond the number beyond the number of frames, find many and all possibilities. Process-related competence requirement. I don't have enough information on that one, but reduced. Combinatorial question with link condition. So that's going to be similar to these other ones over here. Try to find all of the ways in which you could work the... no, sorry, that one. All of the ways in which you could find all possible combinations of arrangements of, 7 counters within a 10 frame. How many different ways could you make this work? And then with linked condition. Maybe so that there's a gap in the middle? I don't know. To summarize the findings of the first research question, overall number of adaptation suggestions increased slightly before and after unsupported online program, mostly seen in the slight rise in proposals for expanding adaptation options. However, within the main category of reduction, content redistribution occurred without an overall increase in suggestions. Non-content measures showed no change or slight decrease between survey dates. Consequently, no substantial difference in knowledge regarding task adaptation for inclusive mathematics instruction was observed amongst participants due to the online program. Okay. Interesting. Let's jump to the conclusion. I know that this is not really appropriate because there's still more to read, but yeah. This qualitative study contributes to research on teachers' professional knowledge, design, quality of learned formats. The face-to-face events are more effective than online only. It can be stated number of adaptation suggestions, and thus the knowledge fact about adapting tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction only changed slightly before and after the unsupported online offer. Second research question, the descriptive findings give rise to the assumption that the participating teachers show a more comprehensive knowledge about the adaptation of tasks for inclusive mathematics instruction after blended learning training series than before, and compared to the online-only offer, list more adaptation measures, especially in the area of extension. So they did really well at figuring out extensions for the high performers. They didn't do as well to find the reductions in difficulty for the students with special needs. Besides highlighting the effectiveness of the blended learning method, we can say with regard to the third research question that we have identified 6 specific patterns of change for task adaptation in its context of inclusive mathematics instruction. Having a look at the patterns of change in the development between the 2 time points, we can also observe a positive shift on the one hand to more adaptations and on the other to clearer focus on extension adaptation methods. Knowledge about the existence of these different patterns of change can be helpful when designing or revising professional development courses for in-service teachers in the context of inclusive mathematics instructions. Ooh, nice. If you want to tell us what it is, feel free. Okay. With an unsupported online offer, there was only a slight change in the knowledge fact about adaptation of tasks in the context of inclusive mathematics instruction after around 12 weeks. Right. Observations gave rise to the assumption that further training thus contributes to the fact that support measures are defined more broadly than an increase in processing time or reduction in level of difficulty. Yeah, So don't, if you are doing, teaching classes with students with special needs, don't explicitly look to increase processing time for students or reduce the difficulty for students. So there are better ways to do it. We talked about a couple here. Definitely go check out, you know what, let me drop the entire journal in here. Some of these papers are available for free, so you can go check them out. Yeah, hashtag not sponsored over everything. We were just checking out Springe because I thought it was going to be interesting. Let's go. We're going to head out at this point, and I think we're going to go see Science. Go over and see Balint. They are doing Microscopy Monday. So checking out some ancient amber. So I'm getting paid millions to advertise for them. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Me and my giant house. I mean, you'd think I would have a better studio if I actually had that kind of money. All right. So anyway, we will be back tomorrow to play some more Nine Souls, doing our totally calm, totally awesome, totally vibey Tai Chi kitty. And it's not at all Hollow Knight in color. Calamansi juice concentrate, Majorca liquor, vodka, light gin, mango juice, water, shake with ice, serve over ice, highball glass. Nice. Gonna have to save that one for later. All right. So we are going to say goodnight here and head on over to Balint's. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to be playing Nine Souls. On Wednesday we'll be doing more calculation stuff. So feel free and come on in with any sorts of questions you have. And then on Friday we'll be back to play more Against the Storm. I hope you all have a good rest of your night, week, whenever I see you next, and have an awesome time. My name's Obi-Wan Pez. This is Ensign Plexpachenko. Have a good night.